Know why I'm doing this late, but I thought why not? Kind of feeling like there's nothing better to do. Of course, there's always something better to do, but streaming is fun, kinda. At least you get to play a game. That's the only benefit, really. I just drank half of the bottle. I'm gonna piss like a conveyor belt. Okay, let's see. Our Streamlabs is on. Chatbots, I mean. Kind of feel like I should finish Halo today. It cannot be that much left of the game. So, without further ado, let's just Halo. What the fuck? Handbrake? What was that about? I don't remember. Oh. Oh. Wow, this sounds so sad. It's time to kill Cortana. We have to behead her for not wearing a jihad.
You
Hijab.
have to deploy the warhead manually.
Sorry.
How and where?
I always know what to do. I always know what to do. Just give me.
Keep scanning for the composer. We'll figure it out on the way.
Wow. Oh. John Mouse is coming to Lithuania. That's very exciting. Was ist das dann?
Where reason does not stop you, perhaps force can at least delay you.
Is this Fortnite? What the heck is going on? They've never been this aggressive. No, that one sucks. Chock. You will never believe which one of us is real. It was me, Austin. What the fuck is this? Oh, there was some kind of backstory we missed? My dear husband,
My dear husband,
I know your the crimes and I have found forgiveness.
forgiveness.
And I'm gay.
I know your reasons. I understand them. I know you. Perhaps better than you could ever hope to know yourself. I ask you, forgive my transgressions. Like yourself, all I have done I have done for the greater good.
She's his wife?
Our time as the galaxy's caretakers is past. The Flood have overrun us.
Over
In days
anus.
to come, the Halo rings will fire, eradicating the Flood and all other life for a time. I have worked hard to index all species in known space. When the time comes, these indexes will open, and once more the galaxy will breathe and grow. Blood will pump, life will claw its way out of the oceans and through the mud. Babes will be born and grow old under the warmth of 1,000 suns.
What the heck? She has a wheelchair.
Civilizations will rise in our stead, and our job as caretakers will at last bear fruit. Until then, I leave you here, my love. The only living thing in this galaxy, sealed safely away. Spend these ages ahead of you in meditation on your choices. When you wake, you will find the humans. I have ensured that they will grow strong and vibrant. They will be our rightful heirs. Their gene plan dictates that the galaxy will be theirs to care for by then. I beg of you, find the strength to help them learn from our mistakes. And my husband, let them teach you as well. Please.
She loved her job so much she killed her husband. It's like all modern women. They decide to not have children when they should have children at the age of 9 so that we could repopulate the white gene pool. Just kidding.
This node is caught in a loop trying to access something it's calling the domain. An off-world data repository of some kind, though I'm only able to extract bits and pieces of the complete exchange. I'll log it for investigation later.
Bits and pieces. Yikes. He can walk. He can talk, he can sock. Where the fuck am I? Choco, choco, choco. George Floyd of the jungle? Just kidding, I'm sorry. There are 3 of them. I'm dead again. Boop. Fuck that. What weapon did he have? There we go.
I recommend entering the portal to your left.
Never trust a Cortana.
The current will slow your descent. I won't leave you, I promise. Good for something, I guess. I detected an energy signature ahead. I think it's a transit system like on Requiem. Find a way to access it.
Poor Cortana.
I'll try to route us to the composer. Put me in the system.
Is this the secret you've kept from me?
Yeah.
Evolved, absolutely.
Psyduck knows I'm in the system. Hurry, go!
We don't have Cortana no more.
Portal!
I sense your malfunctioning companion. And yet, she eludes me.
Simultaneously. Opening another portal.
Cool. Oh fuck. Fly me to the moon. That weapon, it didn't do shit. Hey Uvu, long time no see. Welcome to the stream. I'm almost done with Halo. Or like I like to call it, Galo. Oh, I don't know, there are aliens. I'm getting fucking wrecked. I don't know how to play game. I don't know what this skill does. It does something. Or it did. I'm out of ammo. I'm very upset right now. Haha. Haha. Shit. I didn't even see him. I really need ammo. I don't believe that they didn't give me any. They did. I'm stupid. I've got a nuclear device and it's armed and... Fuck! Cringe. There we go, the big bad wolf is done for. Ah. What is going on? Oh, that weapon is very strong. With the last bullet. What the fuck is this?
Sorry, I can't control what my processes are doing. The stronger threats keep reprioritizing themselves over me.
What about the didact?
I can't hide much longer. I'll try to move you to the composer again.
They give you a lot of weapons. This is scary. Why are you running?
Portal open! Far side of the room!
He dropped his ball sack. This game kinda feels very slow somehow. You know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? Out of ammo again? No, that guy's fucking scary. Wow. Time to run out of ammo again. He's still not dead? I can't see, I can't see. My nose is itchy because it has boogers inside it.
Where are you?
The Didact's cloaking the composer from me.
Oh no. Crazy. My guns are not doing anything. If Halo is so good, why isn't there Halo? It's all your fault, Ubu. I'm dead now. Nah, just kidding.
Where are you?
The Didact's cloaking the composer from me.
If Halo is so good, how come there are fucking 8 games of it? Or something like that. It's ridiculous how many Halos there are. And all of them are boring. Not really, but kinda.
Where are you?
The Didact's blocking the composer from me.
Kratos! Hello. Hello. How are you doing? I'm doing Halo. How are you? Long time no see. How have you been? Oh. I'm so confused by what the fuck kills me.
Where are you?
The Didact's blocking the composer from me.
He's giving birth. Beautiful. I'm doing fine, just came back from my holiday in Norway. Oh shit. What did you enjoy about Norway? What are some memorable things from Norway? Did you try their local cuisine? Do you want to go back there again? Do you want to buy a house in Norway? He's gonna shoot me again like that. Okay, I'm out. Yeah, long time no life signs from you apart from the last YouTube video. Yeah, sorry. I was on fishing holiday on a lake which is on the border to Sweden. I prefer Sweden over Norway, to be honest, way cheaper. Yeah, and Sweden is great because of all the multiculturalism, you know. There are many Arabs, Indians, black people. There are like 3 Swedes in Sweden left. But the rest, you know, that's pretty nice. Sorry I was gone for so long.
The composer.
I was trying to contain my racism, but I couldn't. And now it's back on the stream. Just kidding, I'm not racist. But this is the most racist channel on Twitch. Okay, I defend this, yeah? Where did they get the trampoline? So we bought everything in Sweden and took it to our house in Norway. LOL. Yeah, that's true, but I didn't see a lot of those folks on the countryside. I hate cities anyway. Yeah, if you're going on a vacation, there is no reason to go to cities, but... What does that sound? But then again... What the fuck, it can do that? But then again, you know, it really depends on what kind of person you are yourself. Do you like nature or do you like, you know, cities and stuff? Because there are a lot of people who visit that are like, wow, look at these old fucking buildings. That's so cool, you know. Some ancient bourgeoisie person, you know, washed his butt in this glass. It's amazing. It's like, wow, look, the history is here. That's cool. I mean, it's somewhat interesting also, but... What the fuck is this? But yeah, I myself, I also love nature. Somehow, you know, living in capital Vilnius, Lithuanian capital, it kind of feels alright, because there's the perfect mix of nature and, you know, ability to go fishing and whatnot. Like, we still have parks and quite easily accessible nature, so it's fine, you know. Wherever I go, I can still find some trees, some, I don't know. I could even pick berries and stuff, you know, and mushroom, go fishing. And have you seen my latest videos of me fishing? I uploaded like 3 of them or 4 of them on YouTube. Didn't catch anything too cool, but you know, a little bit. I'm learning to fish on a river with feeder fishing. To be honest, it's very easy to fish on a lake. The problem starts, you know, with fast flowing rivers and stuff. I grew up in a village with less than 1,500 inhabitants. I don't like big cities and overcrowded areas. I prefer nature a lot. Yeah. You're Finnish, right? No, I'm Lithuanian. I only skipped through the first one. I was also fishing in Norway, Sweden, but I'm an amateur. Yeah, same here. There's so much to learn, like about rivers. I uploaded 2 more videos, I think, or maybe more. Some days were not lucky at all for me. With rivers, it's quite complicated because, like, the amount of water falls and rises. So during the different times of the summer of the year, the flow and where the fish are changes. It's quite mind-blowing. No wonder a lot of people don't know how to fish fast-flowing rivers, because it's, I don't know. I mean, it's quite easy to, you know, destroy the ecosystem of a river, but if a river is like a natural formed river and well protected, then fish in it will thrive, because it's quite easy for them to hide wherever, you know. Fishermen are at a huge disadvantage when it comes to rivers, I feel like. It also depends on the river, you know, how fast flowing it is. Has Cortana killed a single dog? Shrek point.
I got it. Locked him out of the system, but I don't know for how long.
We have saved Cortana. Uh-oh. This is way too powerful for this type of stuff. There were guns here? No? There we go. At least some. I also bought a bicycle, learned a lot how to, you know, look over it, watch over it, and, you know, how to fix it and repair it. And like a couple of days ago, I punctured my front tire, so I replaced my inner tube and stuff, and I like repaired it. Never knew how to do that stuff. Now I'm kind of like at the at the ripe age of 30, I'm learning how to do basic maintenance of shit, because I'm so retarded. Yeah, you gotta know your river. I guess I tried to fish in a local river here in Switzerland with no success until now, but I know it's possible, as I see a lot of successful local fishermen on social media. But I'll keep trying. I'm sure at one point I'll be successful too. Did you repair the tube, or did you put in a new one? This is quite interesting for me myself, so let's analyze and talk about this. Maybe you will learn, and maybe I will learn something from you. So, okay, let's run over this quite quickly. My computer is kind of overheating, but not really. Wait. So, yeah, I always, whenever I ride, I have an inner tube, you know, in case shit blows up or whatever, and I have a mini pump that's like maybe this big, you know, so I can jack it off and blow up my tire in case, you know, I puncture it or whatever. So that's that thing, right? But in my case, I also have a repair kit that you can buy for an euro or whatever. It's like tiny little box, and in it there's vulcanizing glue. There's some paper to clean off the spot. Then you put on the vulcanizing glue. Then you put on a patch, and then you repair the puncture. So since in my case, I usually ride with both. I try to have both, but I really don't want to buy a new inner tube, even though it's like only 6 euros. I'm kind of cheap like that. I'm stupid. But I attempted to fix it, and so far it's been holding kinda. Tomorrow I'm planning to, you know, put enough pressure in it to check, because I only blew it with the mini pump or whatever. So I repaired the inner tube, and I'm gonna test it tomorrow when I go to the gas station to put in enough air. But what I wanted to share with you, we're going back to display. I hope I don't show my illegal porn collection. Illegal porn collection. What the fuck, this illegal movie website, illegal empire, illegal running shoes, illegal emojis, illegal shirts, um, illegal map. I don't know why it's so difficult to find fucking Google Maps right now. It's ridiculous. But what I wanted to tell you and explain what I gathered from experience and from YouTube videos, right? I'm not sure if you can hear the fan going haywire. I hope the voice cancellation kind of works, like background sound cancellation works, but my fan is going like woo. So sorry about that if you can hear it. Oh yeah, I know that one. My dad fixed my bike with a patch on the inner tube too, like 20 years ago. No, found sound. Oh, okay, that's great. Thank you. So with the river flow, this is a river, River Neris. It's the capital's river. So, and it's fast flowing. With slow flowing rivers, it's kind of easier, but still, most fish in rivers, they stick around in these deep areas, right? So if you want to fish on a river, you pretty much need to find a deep area. And how do you do that? Now, let's consider the river flow the way it flows, right? It flows from here to here, like this way, right? From here to here. And it does that, you're not gonna believe it, but all the way from the start to the end of the river. It starts actually in Belarus, I think, somewhere, and then it finishes in the Baltic Sea. So this is a park, Vinges Park. This is at the heart of the city. And you see, we kind of have a lot of greenery around. So there's a park here, a little area here, like there's a park here. This is not really considered capital anymore, but like most of Lithuania is uninhabited, and we have a lot of forests and, you know, nature, and we have a lot of plowing fields. So our whole country is basically potato farm and a couple of cities. But yeah, even like in the capital, you have these areas that are absolutely left to be as they were a billion years ago or whatever, you know. But this is the idea. Now, I don't know why I opened this. I'm kind of stupid. Basically, when the river flows, right, it creates these swings from side to side, right? And you know, if you ever learned geography at school at a serious level or whatever, sooner or later, river always finds a way to connect itself like straight. Well, that's at least the theory, but it always changes like over a large time or whatever. But this is the general idea. Potatoes for vodka, exactly. But yeah, where do you look for fish on a river? Probably the main question to ask, okay, let's say you're going fishing, right? What kind of place do you have near you? You know, do you have a river or do you have a lake? If you have a lake, just do whatever, you will catch fish because lakes are so easy to fish, right? So you can float, fuck me. You can float fish, right? With a float. This is a float. You can feeder fish where you're fishing on the bottom. You can fish with, you know, line on the bottom with a float also. Or you can fish like for aggressive fish. So with the river, you can also fly fish. Maybe you can even fly fish on lakes, I don't know. Fly fishing is really not popular in Lithuania for whatever reason, and in Eastern Europe, barely anyone does. Makes sense until now. I can follow. Okay, so you go to a river, right? And judging from the fish populations, right? On a river, you have fish species that love stream, and you have fish species that like calm, still water. So those fish that live on a lake, they also live on a river. But these fish that love still water on a lake, they love still water as much as they can find it on rivers also. So there are certain areas in rivers where the water is still, right? One thing you're not gonna find on lakes are stream fish, like trout, and that expensive, basically all the expensive stuff fish you get in the stores, right? You're not gonna find them on still water. You can find them in the sea or in rivers sometimes when they go and fuck and come on their eggs and whatnot. But basically, when you're fishing on a river and you choose what kind of fish you're gonna hit, right? You either go for a stream fish or you go for still water fish. Basically, in my mind, that's the way I see it, right? On a lake, you can consider going fishing for predatory fish or the bottom of the food chain bitch ass fish, right? The bitch fish. Most fish are bitches like this. They want to be eaten by these fish and birds and everyone else. But their feeding habits are they eat corn, they eat worms, you know, and stuff like that. But they're not predatory. So when you go fishing to a lake, you kind of select what kind of fish you're gonna hit, right? And then you choose the way you're gonna fish. Are you gonna do spinning, you know? Spinning, 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 or, you know, bitch fish catching, whitefish and all that. I usually fish for the bitch fish because their populations are much more bigger and a lot of people tend to hit predatory fish. So usually their populations are a lot less, and But then again, it really depends on what you're feeling that day, right? So some days you want to walk around the lake and fish for predatory fish, so you take your spinning reel and then you throw your jig or your other lures, right? And you retrieve it until some predatory fish decides to grab it. And if you want to stay in one spot, like a bitch yourself, fishing for a bitch fish, just kidding. That's so stupid. But basically, you can fish with a float, or you can feed the fish. And if you're fishing for predatory fish, you can also fly fish, but that applies to rivers more. But one category of fish you don't really need to look out for and think about when fishing on a lake pretty much is the stream fish, because that species doesn't exist here, right? On a lake, there is no stream fish. Over here in this squiggly line worm thing, we got preds that are either stream preds, kind of like me. I groom children, right? I'm a stream predator. Pred. And then we got predators that are still water. And then what we also have is bitch fish, white bitch fish that are stream or still. That's the way I think about, you know, the river. I missed all the messages you wrote. I'm sorry. Yeah, trout wants to lay its eggs in the small stones in the stream, as far as I know. Yes, that's true. They also kind of self-destruct, I think. It's a very sad journey, and I think some species just go out there in the rivers and they start decomposing, and later they kind of become food for their young or something. It's extremely fucked up and interesting, but yeah. So when we keep that in mind, you know, if we're going for predatory fish and we want to fish them on a stream, these fish love oxygen. So they love the stream. So they love oxygen. But still, since fish on a river, they try to save as much as energy as they can, they will tend to avoid always being in stream, if that makes sense. So these predatory stream fish, they tend to hide behind stones, rocks. So let's say the river flows this way, right? This is a stone. So the fish is gonna hide right over here. That's the fish, behind a huge stone. And this fish, this predatory stream fish, it will await for food to come by it. So these fish usually love stony areas, sandy areas, and areas where there's deep holes coming out. Because in deep holes, they tend to also hide. This is a fish. Looks like a fucking dildo. But we're looking at from the side, right? Here's a hole. So these fish tend to hide in these holes, and the food passes over them. So these fish, they're consuming energy, so they're not in the stream. So they're either hiding behind rocks or in these deep holes areas. And whenever, you know, some smaller fish or some food passes, they pop out and consume the food, right? So that's why it's also good to fish near river power plants where they stop the water. Yes, kinda. it's more fucked up. Usually it's banned in a lot of countries to stream by the dams or like 500 meters from the dams, because back in the day, you see humans used to create these fish traps. And even now, you know, if it was legal, a lot of people would do it. And that's how Inuit people survived. They would build these traps on the river from stones, like these walls. Let's say this is a river, right? So Inuits would build a triangle trap like this. Imagine it's like a wall, right? Through the gaps of the stones, the water can pass, but fish cannot. So big fish end up in this only part of the river they can swim through. So this choke point and that choke point. So the Inuits would either put, well, it's like more like Native Americans. They would put these bags they made out of tree bark or whatever. When they wanted to catch fish, they would keep these bags here. And you know, the fish, that's the only way they can go. They end up in these bags. And it's very simple. It makes sense, right? So they catch the fish, they take out the bags, and they feed their whatever. Another alternative is to create this W and then create another wall. So then fish will usually be stuck in these places or where they cannot pass, but it's easy to collect them that way because they cannot find their path, you know, out through here. Another alternative, if you're like in a very shitty situation or whatnot and you have no fishing tools, well, you can probably kind of create something, but you can also create this trap not across the river, depending on the river size, of course, but you can kind of like create them by the shores. The fish swim in through here, they get stuck, they don't find the way, you know, out, and you just come in and collect them. But it's considered an illegal method of fishing nowadays, I think. But it's the same with dams, right? So if you dam a river, there's only one place for the fish to come out, and it's usually easy to hit them right over here, and it's slimmer, if that makes sense. Very effective, but illegal in Switzerland. Yes, in a lot of countries. But you know, if shit hits the fan and laws break down, it's probably the best method to get protein. Other than acorns, which you have to like boil or just keep them in stream and you can eat them. But what I'm trying to say is, once again, like certain species of fish, along with trout, you know, they enjoy hiding. So you can actually float fish in rivers with bigger hooks for bigger fish this way. So you're walking by the river like this, right? And you find a stone like this or whatever, and the river flow is like this. So you kind of know that the fish is gonna be here, so you throw in the float passes by the stone or a deep area in the river, some depth, or where I will explain this later, but that's basically where you should be looking for predatory stream fish, if that makes sense. They have their specific spots. They enjoy oxygen, but the stream shouldn't be like too strong, so they will hide behind fallen trees and like area with a little bit of blockage, but where there is enough stream, because they love oxygen, if that makes sense. Then we got predatory still water fish, like pike, for example. So in rivers, there will be certain areas where these same fish live in lakes. So in rivers, there will be areas where it's deep and calm and still, like there's some protection from fast flow over here, right? Or over like this way even. So like this area over here, it collects still water fish. both predatory and bitch fish. Now another category is bitch streamfish, which you can also fish with float, but usually these aggressive stream fish, they also target these weak fish, and it's like with bitch stream fish, I don't even know what kind of example to give for specific this type of fish. I don't know their names, but they exist. They're white fish also, but they only live in stream water. So predatory stream fish also hunt those. So on a river, everyone's having fun, you know. There is everyone living together and there are all sorts of fishes, but you really need to understand where to look for them. Let's say is there like a good example of a flowing river? Okay, this seems kind of... Oh, look, a commercial. Lisbona? Let's go there. Why not? This is a shitty example. But basically, how do you tell where it's shallow and where is it deep on a river? There was a very good video. This video. This is a perfect video. Yes, I'm gonna show you how you steal this fish of this reservoir. You go over here. But yeah, when facing a river, you will see a view like this, right? There's everything here, you know, there's some foam. Foam is usually a good sign that you can find fish there. But this guy really shows everything very well. So you see where the flow is very fast, it's shallow there. It usually also means that there is stone, because water throughout the years couldn't move sand. So it had to be some kind of hard, thick gravel type stuff on the bottom, because the flow of the river wasn't able to wash it out. And on a river, when the water is still, like here, that's where the depth is. That's where you can find catfish, regular lake water, bitch fish, in areas like this. Where it's deep, it's more calm and fish tend to stay there. So river fishermen always look for areas like this where it's where the water is still. Now, why is it still logically? Because when there's a lot of water flowing, it hits the standing water. And it's like the flowing water hits it and it becomes still, because it's like a wall, right? Because there's a lot of water congregated in that depth area. Yeah, but this guy really shows it off very well. And it always works. It's the simple truth of where to find deep areas on a river. This guy is catfishing. So, and you see that over here, the flow is a lot slower. And by that you can also tell where to throw your feeder or whatnot. So with aggressive river fish, you will also find these areas where there's contact on a river between fast flow and slow flow. So the flow flows like this, and there's like this line where there's foam, like we saw in the video, where the water turns. Then there could even be some twists here and there, you know. So a lot of fish tend to stay in this area where there is no flow, like wait for food to wash down, and then they pop out and eat the food. And they tend to congregate in these areas where there's these circles in the water, where the water turns, or where fast flow meets slow flow, if that makes sense. So if you're feeder fishing, like sitting on, you know, on the shore, you just should usually throw it over there where fast flow and slow flow connects. That's where fish hunt for food. You can also do that with a float. You can throw a float and allow, you know, your line to travel down the river, and it will follow this route until some fish decides to eat the bait. But it really depends on preferences, on what kind of fish you're hitting, and stuff like that. With me, I try to find like still water bitch fish on a river. So I tend to look for deep areas. And one thing I, for whatever reason, didn't explain, which is the most important one, but very effective, but makes sense. Where would you look for a perch then? I see, makes sense. Well, perch. Let's think about what kind of fish a perch is, right? Is it a still water fish or is it a fast flowing water fish? You can find perch everywhere. You can find perch in lakes. So if you can find perch in lakes, that means that it's a predatory fish that lives on in still water, right? So that means perch will avoid stream. They will, you know, pop in, pop out of it to travel around, but their natural habitat, same as with pike, is still water. So on a river, predatory fish will be where there's still water, bitch fish, small tiny fish that they can eat, you know. As long as you can find these fish that are small, and you know, if you're throwing your bait in and you can see that there's a lot of small fish or swimming about, or they get scared, or you know, there are some aggressive fish feeding, that's where aggressive fish will also be. So when you go to a river and if you see slow flow, that's probably where you should be looking for perch. So slow water. And how do I target? How do I look and find deep areas on a river? When river turns, it always flow is coming from this side to this side, right? It flows from here to here. So we have this turn of the river. So when the water turns, think about this, like imagine this, right? There's a huge amount of water coming in this way. So this water will always dig out a hole on this side of a turn. And over here, as you can see, this is sand and shallow area of the river. It gets brought in from the depths of the river here, and it gets put in here. So the deep area of the river is this, on this side. You can easily see it by vegetation, but you know, when there is no vegetation during that time of the year, That's how you judge and tell where the deep areas are, and that's how you target specific areas of the river for specific fish, of course. Of course, you know, certain types of fish will also live in these weeds. For example, roach really enjoy hiding in weeds. You know, they always look for protection against predators. But like on this side of the river where there is depth, you can find any type of fish because they always congregate in deep areas. Where there's shallow water, you will only find aggressive fish, aggressive river fish, because they need oxygen, they love oxygen, they're, they're usually the species you will not find in shallow, in still water on lakes. So yeah, that's the difference. So, and if we follow this river on this side, this is deep, this is shallow, then it hits, then it goes this way. So this right side of the river is the deep one now. It goes and goes and goes, and this area is where the depth is. Unless the bottom of the river is made out of stone and stuff like that. If water cannot be moved by the river flow, then there will not be a deep area there. But it depends on what kind of bottom of the river is there, right? And usually on a river you will find either gravel like stone, you will find sand, or you will find just typical floor that exists on lakes also. So, and as you can see, like there is this turn and it doesn't stop. It keeps turning and turning and turning. And this is where the river collects all the shallow area. And this is where the fish that are like lake fish will usually congregate, like tench, maybe bream. You will also probably find perch and pikes here. They will end up hunting the lake fish, like in areas like these. The problem is that it's difficult to cast in your bait if you're like jig fishing or whatever, you know. But yeah, in this kind of area, I would expect like maybe some, but it's very easy to lose your lures in areas like that. If you're hunting for barbel, no, barbel probably are not the right, what are they? Whatever, I forgot the name. But yeah, so keep in mind where the deepest place of the river is. It's always in the middle if it goes straight. Well, usually in the it really depends on what kind of ground it is. But if you go to a river and you see that, like I was here today, I was walking around here, and today I got close to the river, you know, and I looked at this place and I saw, what did I see? Okay, it's a turn. Okay, that's great, that's a turn. That means this area will probably be deep. Then I walk over here, I look over here, and what do I see? The water is still. The water over here is fast flowing, it's active. So it's shallow here. It makes sense. Okay, that means this bottom here, it's probably a deep hole. So over here you can look for big like bream, a tench, I don't know, even at night if you're gonna be fishing, you can catch catfish on a night worm. You can catch those long snake-like fish, you know. Barbel is bitch fish. I think it's river fish, but it's like bitch fish. It's river bitch fish because they do look like pigs. They have those two little thingies. Oh, also what you can find on rivers are carp, which is kind of unexpected, and other stuff like that. Eel, yes, you're correct. So basically, I went over here, you know, I looked. There's a protective thing over here that slows down the flow even more. So this area here, it's basically a lake. Even on this fast flowing river, this area is a lake, and you will find lake fish here, you know, feeding on be it other fish or just on stuff they found on the bottom, like crayfish or whatever, you know. So here, then moving down, another weird area I found under the trees here. One thing I saw that this probably comes from like ages ago when the river was a little bit different. But what happened back in the day was a river took out a huge chunk, like here, as you can see. There used to be a depth here, and now it's like growing all sorts of stuff, as you can see. So if you get close and you throw in a float over here, it's basically a little tiny lake for you. So the fish are finding protection here, like roach. So you can float fish here. There is no stream here. It's very comfortable. It's very close and it's very deep. Did you catch something? I didn't fish today. I just went around looking for other people, you know, if they were fishing, and I usually fish like 10 kilometers away over here. I fish over here, so it's 10 kilometers by bike one way and back, you know. But why do I fish here? Probably the main reason was that I myself am learning how to fish on a river, and I didn't really want to fish there because there are people, you know, walking by usually, and it's kind of not really comfortable. So I decided to look for other places I can fish here. Like this area also seemed like it had potential, but a road is next to it, so it's like, yeah, I don't really want to listen to cars, you know, I want to relax. But whatever. Like if we're going back to the studying of the river trademark, from a satellite imagery, it's kind of easy to see. But our theory always rings true. You know, the river turns and then it starts to turn around. So now this is the deep end of the river because it's going this way and it's eating out the sand that's here. Right? So this is the deep area. Now this is the deep area. This is the deep area. And over the years, the river collects all the sand here, and you know, even tiny islands get created. And this is where you can also float fish for roach and lake type fish. Not sure if you will catch very big fish here, but you will find fish here. Big fish usually congregate where there is depth. But it also depends on the species and what they eat, and it's complicated. But the main depth after this sand stuff gets washed out is this, like the center of the river again. So let's say this is the deep area. It rubs out here, then it goes here. So this is the depth. And I actually went over here today, and I was amazed by how still the water was here. For whatever reason, you know, there's protection here, obviously, that's the reason. Like, the river floats directly, so it kind of ignores, like, Like basically this area is like a lake. This whole area is like a lake until it turns. And this is a very deep area because the water flow is very weak and slow compared to other places. Then again, depending on what kind of bottom it is, I know that this place is rocky. I was on the other side a couple of times. So because this area is rocky, the river kind of pushes itself together. Then the depth is over here because it turns. Then it goes here. Then the depth is over here. Well, it's kind of easy to see, but depth here, depth here. For whatever reason, one more thing to consider is that throughout the years the river changes. Like we're talking about 1000 years ago or stuff like that, right? So maybe 1000 years ago it was a little bit different. Maybe it was flowing, you know, the water level was higher. So it might have been flowing like maybe it was a lot thicker. And that means that it rubbed out this area, right? And ever since then, this is a deep area to fish. And you can kind of tell by vegetation what's going on. I didn't expect to learn something when I opened your stream today. I will keep that in mind when I go fish next time. Thank you. No problem. Another very useful thing, this is what I also learned when I went fishing, you know, on a river. When I started off, is during the summer, it's very easy to see the vegetation, right? So over here and over here, like during the summer, you can just walk around here and see, okay, vegetation is here. That means it's shallow. If it's shallow, you fish the other side. If you fish the other side, if you put, you know, throw your feeder in there, the flow of the river will punch it to the shore somewhere. You throw 1 to 3 feeders or whatnot, and you expect fish, you know, at different distances. And this is where the hole is supposed to be, logically. Maybe it's even here, you know, but it kind of makes it uncomfortable to fish because when you're fishing on a feeder, the line is straight, and when you get grass flowing, you catch all the grass on the line, so it gets annoying. So yeah, and it kind of follows the same rule. Deep here, it's a very long like area like this, so it will wash out like over here, then it will wash out over here, then over here, then over here, then if it goes straight, it will either wash out the middle, or if there's some blockage in the middle, it will wash out this side. And as we can see, you know, the grass is on this side, so it washes this side. Depth here, depth here, depth here. I tried fishing here, it was ass. I tried fishing here. It's a very tall mountain here, so I cannot really access it easily. This is kind of ass, but it seems like a potential nice place right here. So the fish that I caught, if looking at the geography of the river, you see it's like foresty and whatnot. And over here people have, well, they had these signs that it's private property, but it's probably local fishermen just trying to not allow people to come to their spots or whatnot, because you can't really have private property in here. So they had blocked off like the roads by putting stones on them. You know, with a bicycle I can access them, but still it's kind of fucking strange. And they put signs on the trees like cameras are watching. I'm not sure if they're doing it or if it's serious, because like access for this person living here is through this road, and over here this road and that road, there are signs that there are cameras. So it's like, what the fuck are you talking about, you know? And there is old road over here, and there is a secret road over here, and there are no signs here, but you cannot access it by the road because there are stones here. So while riding my bicycle, since this is very sandy, this is a lot better road for me to access. I ride with my bicycle, I go over, well, I never tried going over here since this and that road are blocked, but it seems like this whole area should be accessible to fishermen, you know? I don't know what the fuck is going on. Yeah, like rednecks protecting their area. I also saw a lot of these signs in Norway, and some old ass sawmills deep in the forest, for example. I assume they just want no people to enter. Yeah, probably. But you know, like, this is how I look for feeder spots, you know, to fish with a feeder. It's like, okay, it's surrounded by nature. That means that probably no people will be here. Okay, that's nice. It's quite far from a road, like a serious road like this one. This is a pseudo road. So it's like, okay, this is my place, right? The river turns. That means the depth is here. There's also some protection here. That means this is like a lake. I can hunt bitchfish, lake bitchfish. They should be here, and they're usually here. Can you show me a feeder? I don't understand what it's due to my English skills, I guess. Okay. This is the feeder. You put the bait in, and you have the line, and then you have the hook. So on a river, you want a feeder that has extra weight on it, depending on the river flow and how much in the flow you're gonna fish. You know, sometimes in this river that I fish in, people fish with 120 grams or something, because in certain areas you cannot hold the feeder down. I usually fish with 60 grams plus, you know, the feed, and I don't really throw into too much of a stream, but I just throw where bream are supposed to be according to the old books, and bream are supposed to be, this is like schizo drawings. So if I'm standing here on the shore, I can see the river shoreline here and a river shoreline over there, right? So this is like some kind of blockage, like there are weeds here or whatnot. And, you know, there's like an open area, let's say here. There are weeds over here or whatnot. I can basically access this area, right? I'm standing here. And the river flows, and there's still water here. Like the water stands here. It's still, right? The river flows very quickly here, let's say. Well, kinda quickly comparatively. So this is where you're supposed to throw your feeder. This is where fast flow connects with still water. And this is where the fish usually feed. And it repeats. So when you stand on a river and you see that place, like we watched the video, there were some bubbles or foam at the top. That's also an indicator of such place where, you know, fish usually feed. So I throw my feeder, I try to throw it in a place like this. But you know, I myself am always learning, so what I'm saying right now might not work later, but so far I have caught the most in this place, and it's truthful, because that's exactly the kind of place this is. Basically, the river flows, and well, it hits this shore, and this area is kind of deep. You can tell by how slow the flow of the river is. So later it turns, this place becomes the deep end, then later it turns again. So this is where the depth is. I fish over here, right? I fish over here. So there is protection from stream, and there is this long area where the water is kind of still or it's slow flow, because it's also basically a lake. It becomes a lake. But I throw into this connection between fast flow and still water. Oh, like for carp fishing, yes, that's feeder fishing. But you can catch all bottom feeding fish, bream, tench, carp, whatever, you know. So that's feeder fishing. People also use not gonna break my tongue, but with, you know, certain weights, they use this thing plus the line that also holds the rod in place where it's supposed to be. But then people usually just throw the bait. They don't use those things, you know. I used to fish with this over here closer to my home, and I did catch some roach, but the results weren't that amazing. But I used to fish this area. This year it changed very drastically. Last year I was able, well, the water level was somewhat lower, I think, and there was like an island here, so it was almost like isolated area. So, and I only had one rod, so I used this thing plus a line with a hook coming from the other side, you know. And I caught some roaches here. It was okay, but like I went over there today and it's absolutely different. It's completely different. Now you should fish here. This seemed like the best place to fish visually. And it's Saturday today, interestingly enough. I expected a lot of people to be fishing, you know, because these are very nice spots. It's a double corner of a river. So what does that mean? Like if there's a double corner like this and this, it breaks the flow tremendously. So over here you can already fish, and over here the flow becomes so slow, it's ridiculous. It's like a lake here. Then it becomes fast later on, but over here, like fishing over here just was like fishing in a lake. But I was just getting back into fishing, you know, and I didn't really have any good tools or whatnot. I mostly did it as a survival thing and the idea for that, you know. But now, today I went over there and I saw some guy fishing over, I don't remember, I think he was over here somewhere. Yeah, yeah, he was over here. Because when you're walking by the river over here, you can see what's going on this side of the river, you know, and it's a pretty nice view and nice long area to check. And I saw one guy sitting there fishing, and I was like, damn, I need to talk. And yes, I did. You know, fishermen always talk. That's the common thing. Last time I was fishing, there was another guy that came to me during the daytime. I kind of recorded the video, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna even make it because I didn't catch anything. So it's like whatever. So I was fishing here, and a fat fisherman that's been fishing for like 30 years or whatever, and 15 in this river, he came to me and he was like, yeah, I'm looking around for all these places to fish. I cannot find a decent one. And he was like, I used to fish here. I caught a couple of tenches here, but the water level was higher. And now I'm not catching anything there. And like, it's kind of true what he said. the water level, maybe it's supposed to be higher, you know, because depending on the water level on the river, everything changes. The current, the stream changes, how fast everything flows, and where the fishes are, where the fish are. It's very complex. So he told me, you know, he was planning to fish over here, like I was fishing here. He wanted to fish here because in his eyes the deep end of this place was here under these trees. He's kind of right, but I tried fishing here and the results were better here where the water was more calm. The water kind of starts to get faster here. Maybe there's a depth, but he was planning to fish like on a Friday, to come on a Friday at night and fish catfish and eels here because that's what you can find on the rivers. So yeah, we spoke a little bit back and forth, you know, talking about stuff, but he says that it's quite difficult to catch fish on Nereus, and you know, everyone's saying that, and it's true. It's very difficult to learn. It's very difficult to learn a river. It's a lot of trial and error. It's a lot of reading. It's a lot of understanding. But yeah, we spoke about this and that. You know, what kind of baits we're using, and what kind of rods we're using, what kind of stuff. And we spoke about the spots. So he was like, have you tried fishing near the ring? And well, this is roundabout, I should say, not the ring, but and I was like, yeah, I used to fish there, blah blah blah. And I remember that there are areas here that are good, like with potential, but this year everything kind of changed quite a bit. You should be fishing like this side, but access from this side used to be cancer. Now they changed like stuff, like they build some boardwalks or whatever, so there would be a lot of people walking here, but I kind of don't really enjoy, you know, ironically enough, even though fishing is a social thing, I really enjoy, you know, I enjoy fucking off to nature somewhere and trying to catch fish. But yeah, so we're back in our spot over here. You can get here by car, but usually people don't bother because you need a high-raised car, and the law won't allow Lithuanians to get close like 50 meters. You're supposed to be like 50 meters away from water source with a car. Like it's a river or a lake. I think it's 50 meters now. It used to be 15. I might be wrong. Maybe it's 25. I don't have a car. I don't know. So, but with a bicycle, well, it says in the rules, with a motorized vehicle, you're not allowed. I don't know how they would treat a electric bike. I have no idea, but I checked if I haven't slumbered too much down. Also, like standing on the shore here, even on the videos, you can see that same location because I fished over here. This is a shallow area with a lot of stones, with a lot of rocks. And there's this fish species that grow pretty large. And I keep seeing them hunting other fish. They are predatory, they grow pretty large. And the way they do stuff is they hit another fish with their tail, they confuse the fish, and then they eat it. Oh, that fish is called salatis in Lithuanian. Uh, Aspius? What the fuck? What the fuck is... What the fuck? It's asp? Maybe it's asp. I don't know. It looks like asp. But basically they grow very large. They live on rivers. And they attack other fish with their tail. It's like a fucking Pokemon. So they confuse that other fish and then they eat it. You can tell by the size of their mouths that they eat other fish because they're like bass or whatnot. But what I wanted to say that they have very specific spots and they prefer these areas where there's a depth and stone. So basically if there's stone and then there's a hole, that's where they will hunt. And I saw them, like I saw them on this side of the river just attacking other fish. I actually broke one of my rods trying to cast my... It wasn't rated for that size a jig or what. It's not a jig, whatever. But yeah, it's possible to catch them, and they're quite big, and they're very cool, and they're legal to catch. But they have very, very, very specific areas where they live, and they always are in the same spot. And that's common with river fish. If you found one river species predatory fish where they hang out, they will always hang out there as long as the flow doesn't change or whatever else. I assume if I use jigs, I would use it as I do it in lake, just with heavier jig heads. Yes. Kinda. It really depends on which predatory fish you're gonna target. Because the one I mentioned now, they really love this type of thing that is absolutely white, like this. It has to be big and white. And for whatever reason, like this is the best bait for them. Like they fucking love this shit. And when you have let me translate. What is this? What the fuck is this? It's a common fish on rivers. Fuck. What is it? Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Chub. I'm such an idiot. Chub. Right? Another fish that you can find on the rivers. They're the ones usually hiding behind stones and rocks. If you're gonna use a spinning reel, they love this type of bait. Like they fucking love it. That's how you catch them. And nothing else seems to work. During summer, during winter, the colors change, the distance, how far they are changes, and stuff like that. It can be quite difficult to throw this. Like you cannot throw them very far, but if you're gonna target them and pike, you know, with pike you can catch them on anything. But with these river fish, like they have specific things that they really like for whatever reason. And people usually target them and that's what they use, you know. So they use that crankbait for this and they use this white thing for that other piece of poop fish. So I saw these big ones over here near this Baltwood thingy. There was this company that ended up like pouring shitloads of chemicals into this river, and that kind of hurt the fish population. That fucking sucks. But whatever, you know, you see there's forests, and if you're gonna like look at your river, it's quite useful to, you know, check from the satellite for potential places. Like this area, as you can see, it would seem like it's a lake, but no, it's very rocky. It's very rocky, and as you can see, it seems like there's a lot of flow here. So there should be chub. There should be chub here. Like this area, I even thought about it, like riding here with a bicycle going down and like trying to fish this spot. But for whatever reason, river becomes very small here. It doesn't follow the regular logic of the river. But like this place of the river is probably a deep hole. You can target here for lake type fish, for big ones. This should be a hole. Over here there's no hole, interestingly enough. It's probably because it eats out here, then it hits, then it floats here, then it flows somehow here. I don't know why. It's probably because of what's at the bottom. No idea. Even here, like, there's a lot of vegetation. There's sand, probably gravel over here. So, you know, if you were Inuit or whatever, you would put up traps here, here, and here, and you would get so much fish. It's fucking ridiculous. I never caught chub until now. Did you consider looking for underwater maps? Yes, some areas have them, some areas don't, some rivers do have them, some rivers don't. But I kinda want to learn to do it like judging from an eye, you know, in the simplest terms, you know. And that's pretty much the first thing you look at is where the river turns. Where the river turns, that's usually the depth. Let's say I've never fished, apocalypse happens, you know, everything goes to shit. I end up over here somehow. I don't know this place. I don't know this location. I have my fishing gear. I don't know. I need to survive for 5 years or whatever, you know. And it's like, okay, visually, what do I know? What do I see, right? Okay, so the river goes like this. This is the deep end. I'm on this side. Then the river goes like this. Okay, so I hunt here if I have feeder fishing, you know, and float or whatever. I look for slow, deep areas, deep dark fantasy. And I'm trying to learn it practically the way people in the olden days did. You know, that's what I'm trying to do. Because there are reasons usually why cities are built in certain areas. Like this is a pretty rare formation, and it's probably why this city, well, the, there's a legend, you know, that uh, Great Duchy of Lithuania had a dream of an iron wolf like howling at the top of a hill, and he went to this prophet or whatever, and he asked, "What does this dream mean?" And he said, "That means that you will build a city on that hill, and it will become a great city." So that's how this city was born. But, you know, if you were to buy or if you were to go somewhere in the nature and you were to fish a river, you need to understand where the fish should be holding, right? I could like check out the river for you where you are. I don't know the coordinates or whatever, but I could analyze it and I could tell you what I think because from the satellite it's quite visible. For the lake, I found a really useful underwater map showing me the structure of the lake, and this helped finding the fish while trolling. 1 second. Okay. Oh yeah, by the way, I spoke to that guy today. Turns out, well, he was with a woman, but it's whatever. It was probably a couple. So I came up to them and I was like, "Good evening." Well, in my native language, in Lithuanian language, you know, like, "Good evening. Are you fishing? You know, how's the fish? How are they biting? You know, and stuff like that." And he starts speaking in this broken Lithuanian. They were both white, but they were probably refugees from Ukraine or maybe Belarus or Russia, I don't know. But they were learning the Lithuanian language, and I spoke to that guy as much as I could. But basically, what he said that he was still learning to fish, and uh, I asked what kind of fish he was targeting. He was like, I saw that he was using a tiny float. So with a float that big, and he was thrown very close to the shore, you can only really fish common bleak, like bleak. So he was probably using, well, I saw that he was using worms. And with bleaks, you usually fish them on mouse larvae with floats because they're surface feeding fish. Another thing that, oh fuck, it's so complicated. Fishing is so complicated. You can tell what the fish eats by the way their mouths are shaped, like the size of their mouths and where the mouth is pointed to. So if the fish's mouth is pointed upwards, it feeds from the top of the water, so it grabs whatever it can, kind of like chub. Chub has a big mouth. That means it's predatory, and it feeds off top and mid of the water, but mostly kind of top. It's they can also feed like at the bottom, but they're not only bottom feeding fish, right? The mouth pointed upwards, big mouth, predatory. Pike, kind of upwards, but more like straight. Well, probably more upwards. Big mouth, predatory. Trench. Fuck, I'm retarded. Tench. Okay, the mouth is it's pointed upwards, but that doesn't make any fucking sense. It's probably the idea that it pops out, the mouth. Pointed downwards because it's a bottom feeder. Fuck. What is it called? There we go, with one L. Pointed to the bottom feeder. Bream. Kinda neutral, kinda bottom. Mostly bottom. They feed bottom. But there are cases where people have caught bream with lures. The same with roach. So that's how you can tell what fish are feeding and what they eat and stuff. It's a mini thing, but whatever. Sometimes I fish around here. Technically, I could fish the whole river up until here, as I have to go to the river by car anyway. I never thought about looking at the mouth when thinking about what the fish eats. Seems to make sense. Yes, there's a lot of truth to it. Oh, it worked. Oh, that's so nice, dude. Your river is so awesome. There's barely any trees. Oh, that's so nice. Okay. Let me get into the thinking chair thingy. So, with our Neris river, it has shitloads of trees next to it, and it lasts almost everywhere, and that kind of sucks. It's very difficult to access it, so it's difficult to fish for chub on a float, because when fishing for chub, you kind of want to allow the float to flow, for a long area. You release it and you fish them on white bread. It's their favorite. Chub fucking love it for whatever reason. It's funny. Like such an unexpected thing. You know, when the weather changes, when it gets warmer, they eat those surface bugs and then crankbaits. But yeah, you're very, very lucky that there are not that many trees here. So this is where you park, right? And the river flows. Which way does it flow? Does it flow north? From left to right. Okay, from left to right. Okay, so where I park? Okay. I'm just trying to get the overall view. Oh, that's nice. Dude, that's so perfect. How does it do that? Just like that. In areas like that, you can find lake fish, like over here. It's a possibility. Depending on how the vegetation is, if it's bad or is it good. You kind of want to look for. I would target the still water as much as I could. And still water is usually found here. So a river flows like this. The depth should be here. It can last like over here. So if you're fishing with, if you're targeting perch and pike, throw it around here. If you're using jig heads, you know, depending on what kind of bottom it is, in the summertime you can try out fast, you can try out slow retrievals. On certain days, one thing works better, on certain days, other things work better. So if you're using a crankbait, don't twitch it. If you're using a jig head, twitch it, right? You probably know that. Another thing that kind of works well on rivers is drop shot. Drop shot also works well throughout the year. If the fish are not active, if the fish are very, very slow biting, they're not biting at all, maybe, you kind of want to keep your bait in the same position for as long as possible. Learning to drop shot is also very useful. It's a very useful skill to have because during the winter, well, Switzerland is so overcrowded that they cut the trees as a lot of people go for a walk next to the river. That makes sense. More or less, if that makes sense. Can you show me a crankbait? Yeah, I have some drop shots, Carolina and Texas rigs in my fishing bag. That's fine. But I just got into it, haven't had a lot of success with it yet. To be honest, the best results I ever have for predatory fish, like on a river when I fished. The most pikes, I caught 3 pikes in a single day. And you know what extraordinarily different condition was? It was very, very hot day. Like, but not hot in a sense that, you know, sun is shining. No, it was cloudy and it was difficult to breathe. You know, the air, it was so heavy, it's so wet, like the air is wet. It's damp, it's hot and wet, and it's like it doesn't really happen that commonly. It kind of happened today, you know, the whole day today was cloudy and there was this heat coming and it was wet heat, humid. Yes, exactly. That's when predatory fish bite like crazy for whatever reason. When it's difficult to breathe, to go outside and there's nothing to breathe with, it seems like, you know. that's when you should hunt for predatory fish. They will bite like crazy. And I used to, you know, when I used to fish over here next, well, not the areas I showed, you know. Most of the evenings and whatnot, it was ass. Like even catching a chub was difficult, and that's what a lot of people also fish with. A lot of people target predatory fish. It's a common thing. But once again, out of the predatory fish, you first must understand which one you want to target. And let's target perch and pike, right? Because with the river fish, it gets very, very specific. So you can use tiny crankbaits. But in Lithuania, what works the best, for whatever reason. Oh, one more thing. Did you know that you can attach a couple of jig heads? You don't have to fish with a single one. I don't know how it is with rules in your country, but we are allowed to fish with up to 6 hooks at one point, like at a single time. In Norway, Sweden, I catch fish every day. In Switzerland, in the river, I struggle a lot to catch any fish. Yes. Oh, I see. We call those wobbler in German as... Yeah, we also call it wobbler, but I think it's called crankbait in English. I don't know. But yeah, we also say wobblers. So, so yeah. So, once again, if you're gonna target like chub, and if you're gonna target that other Salatis thing that I told you about, the one that loves big white metal bait, you know, that you need a pretty powerful rod for, and you can throw across the river almost because it's so heavy, but it breaks rods. They have their own specifics, right? They have their own specific areas and their own specific ways of fishing. With perch and pikes, they are more common, right? And what we agreed on is that they're lake fish. They live on lakes, so they will kind of dislike a strong stream, but they can be found in deep areas in the water. Also, where pikes tend to be, they tend to hide near the grass. Probably same with perch. But usually if you find small fish, you will find the predatory fish also, because they hang out where the food is, if that makes sense. Yeah, I know what you mean. It depends the water, different rules for different waters. If we can use multiple hooks on the line, it's also forbidden to use barbed hooks almost everywhere in Switzerland. Interesting. That's probably for the best. I know in some countries, like, you're not allowed to use triple hook, like on your wobblers. You're only allowed to use a single one. In Lithuania, you're still allowed to use the triple hooks, so you don't need to replace them. Perch is active hunter and pike is lazy hunter, which waits for the food to come by, as far as I know. With predatory fish, they kind of want warm water because it helps them move quickly. So on a warm day, with rivers though, you know, the water always flows and it doesn't really get hot. Maybe unless in still places like still water. But you know, if you have a line, what I do while fishing with a jig is the jig There's the hook. There's the tail or whatever. So this is the main line. Like there's a swivel here, and you can attach another like hook. We usually don't put like another jig head here, just a hook with a smaller, some rubber thingy here. We may use triple hooks mostly, but no barbed hooks. Doesn't matter if single, double, or triple hooks. I see. Yeah, and we also used to like put 3 at some point. You can go up to 6. I've seen people fish with 6, but usually the bottom one is the one that holds the weight, right? And some days fish love this color. Like, for example, it's red. Some days they love green. Some days they like yellow. So at the same point, you can test out the color which they're gonna bite. And you can even try to replace them. You can also use the clamp here or there. You can use it here in case you want to like change all of these and put on a crankbait or this thing or a top water lure even. I would also look into those. They might seem like shit, but if you're fishing in a place where there's a lot of vegetation, you can lure out pikes quite easily because there's a surface frog and it stays on the surface, and pikes love to grab those. But yeah, if you're gonna go with jigs, it's okay. If you're fishing with spinners, a simple spinner, that's also a very killer bait. That's good. If you're trying to catch a big perch, that's another problem with perch and pikes. It can be difficult to tell at how high they are that day in the water hunting. They may be at the bottom. Another day they may be over here. Another day they may be over here. You can change that by either using 3 of these, like on various heights, or using a drop shot, which also changes the height, because you can change where the weight is. Or you can change this by how quickly you retrieve the bait. And you can also use different baits, be it cranks, depending on how deep you want them to go, because cranks, they have their own, lip. The deeper the lip, the lower into the water they dive, I think. Never thought of this. Makes sense. Like this, you can also use different jigs and you fish slightly different depths. Yeah. I love surface baits for pikes. So nice to see the tags on the surface baits. Yes. And with spinners, they usually they have their depth. But, well, you probably already know that with jigs, you can actually let them flow down to the very bottom and then retrieve them, jump them, then jump them. And it's like boop, boop, it goes down, goes up, goes down. You can also retrieve them quickly. Depending on how active the fish is, that helps, changing your tactics to lure out the pikes and the perch. But yeah, right now the summer is quite warm, so jigs should work. The problem is that on rivers you might end up leaving a lot of them at the bottom because they tend to get stuck. There are some other jig heads I haven't tried using, but people use that are like protective against weeds. There's like this protective thing or whatnot, or maybe their like shape differs or whatnot, but that protects against vegetation and that protects against hooking them into fallen wood or stuff like that. So I'd rather lose a jig than a spinner, way cheaper. That's true. Do you order them off AliExpress? Because you can find a lot of stuff like there for a very cheap, like that's where I usually buy shitloads. The color that worked best for perch, in Lithuania at least, is this red muddy color. Let's try to find it. It's kind of like car oil. It's kind of like this brown one, like brown, dark brown. It always was a perch killer, like perch loved it. And mostly in Lithuania, it's easiest to catch perch on smaller baits. So they can be like the size of my eye, like they're that tiny. And usually with jig heads, you would not catch fish on the lower one, as interesting as that sounds, but you would usually catch fish on the hook, like this upper one. And it's usually a lot smaller. You put on a smaller hook and you put on a smaller rubber bait that's quite small. Because keep in mind, when choosing a hook size and choosing the bait size, like the rubber or whatnot, you mainly think about the size of the fish's mouth. I ordered them from Germany, but yeah, AliExpress has a lot. Yes. So with perch, the fucked up thing about perch is that perch have very tiny mouth. I was really successful with this one in color. That's Amazon. Oh yeah, yeah. That also works very, very well. Rubber lure? I don't know. Yeah, exactly the same pictures even are on AliExpress. It's not really like this deep. If you were to buy them, you should like aim for these, like green. It's always nice to have green, but this is like the color you want. Like it kind of looks like leeches, but not really. Like this color, like Coca-Cola. Exactly, yes, the color of Coca-Cola. You kind of want it like this, like this. This is the perfect color. This is the one you're looking for. Like for perch, they really, really eat it up. Like it's so good for perch. This color, get this color. Not specifically this bait, but keep in mind like this color. It's like Coca-Cola, or like oil for car, you know, for the car. Like this one's too red, this one's too bright. Kinda like this, but a bit darker. And not that green. This is the perfect example, really. Like this is the perfect example. It's the perfect example. This is the color you want. So yeah. With some shine in it, like some glitter, you can, but it's mostly I kind of fucked up the coloring, but it's kind of close. But yeah, one important thing to note about perch is that their mouths are small. That's the problem with them. They're assholes. Unless you're gonna uh, catch a big perch, right? They have quite a big mouths. But big perch are a lot rarer. And unlike chub, where the mouth is like this, like, oh, I'm gonna suck you, you know, and unlike bass, which we don't have in Europe, their mouths are like this. It's like a Kirby, open up their mouths. That's fucking ridiculous. The perch are like this. It's like, what the fuck? How are you a predator, They're like roach, or well, they're a bit bigger, they have mouths a bit bigger, but it's still comparatively ridiculously small for a predator fish. And with perch, as far as I remember, they usually attack not the tail, they usually attack the front of the fish. They usually attack like almost this area, I think. So that makes it extremely awkward sometimes to hook them. I had this perch with minus personal best. Nice. That's a pretty fucking big perch. Why are you poop though? That's funny. Yeah, that's a nice perch. Oh, you're fishing on a boat. That's nice. You can target some very nice areas that way. Perch tend to also hide where there's vegetation and where it's shallow, which is very unexpected. Big perch, you can find them in deep areas with jig heads. Yes, sure, you can find that. Yes, 100%. With smaller ones, they tend to be in shallower areas because that's where the smaller fish are. So big perch, they can target bigger fish. Big fish can stay in deeper areas. Well, somewhat bigger, but smaller perch, they tend to be in shallower areas. But I would just target like deep. If you want big perch, it's actually quite visible, like where the deep areas are. It seems like on this river, it's the middle of the river. But judging from everything, the way rivers are, this is the depth. Over here is the depth. At least this depth is not bullshitting, like it's obviously deep, Then it turns, then it hits this area. This is the depth. This is kind of the depth it's supposed to be, like over here. Then it turns again. This is the depth. It should be deep here. Should be deep here. That's why it's kind of awkward, because you're kind of targeting rivers turns. So for you, the first target is this big area. Then you need to like drive quite or walk quite a long area until you get to this place. Throw it all sorts of distances. I'm sorry, I'm still kind of considering, fishing from the shore. But just test it and look for a slow flow. That's probably the most important thing, slow flow. If you're targeting perch and pike, slow flow. If you're targeting big ones, deeper areas. But keep in mind, they're predators, so if you want to catch them, they also need to be feeding, kinda. With perch, I remember we used to fish from a boat with my father, and during summer times when it's hot, perch tend to move to shallower areas, at least in lakes. It's possible that they also do it in rivers. But you used to like visually see them if the water is very clear, you know, and they would stay like in front of the sun, like especially in the mornings, like they would always bite usually at around the same time for whatever reason. They become more active, they become less active. Certain days you would only catch one perch, other days you would catch full both of them. It's very strange, even though you're always doing the same thing, you know. Well, there is a dam. This is not a bridge. I have no boat in Switzerland, so I will also fish from the shore. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Right, this is a dam. As long as you're allowed to fish next to it, that's good. Fish tend to congregate on the other side of the dam. Uh-huh. They intake the water here, probably. The generator spin here, the water goes out here. The water goes out here, that kind of fucks up the whole logic. So if the flow is here, this is where the depth is. This is the strongest flow, then it kind of normalizes, then it goes straight. But still, this is the depth. Huh. This is an old depth. I would still target perch and pike here. Even if there's like a shallow area in the center, you can also throw, you know, your bait here. You can test it out everywhere. But this is probably where you will find the most calm water. Here, obviously here, but it's on the other side. Damn, you have a lot of dams. Cool. Which daytime you prefer fishing for perch? They're usually active in the evening. There comes this time in the evening when it starts to get difficult to see, but it also depends on the time of the year. Basically, if you're by the river and you see perch feeding, you will know. Like, usually the river is kind of calm, whatever, you know, the lake is calm or wherever you are. But then there comes a time in the evening when you will see perch torpedo at the top of the water. They will be chasing small fish and they become so fucking fast. I remember when I was a kid, I was fishing in this canal and my father saw that the perch were moving. They started to feed, right? I guess he saw it because there were a couple of attacks from perches. They torpedo at the top of the water like very quickly, and my father was like, "Okay, you should go fishing. Like, take your spinning reel and go. You know, just try it out. Like right now, just go." It's like that was the time. I'm like, "Okay, Papa," and I basically throw my spinning reel, you know, it was a jig, but with a couple of extra, you know, thingies, gummies. And I obviously fucked up the throw. I threw somewhere like a retard. I don't know. I was a kid. I probably tried to not get the hook in the weeds. So I started like reeling in very quickly, like super quickly, so I wouldn't hook in the jig, you know? It's like, "Ah, I need to throw this in a better place." And a perch actually fucking chased the jig. It was torpedoing across the top of the water. It fucking blew my mind. Because usually we expect perch to like, oh, it's like bump this jig up and down, and it's like they're slow, you know. Sometimes they're slow. Like you really need to like make them enjoy the bait. You really need to force them to eat it. No, when they're feeding, it's like you can't get the bait out of their mouths. They're so aggressive, it's ridiculous. And they're so fast. It's ridiculous how fast they are. But you need to wait for the evening feeding. I'm not sure when they feed in the morning. It's like probably around 7 when the sun starts getting up. It starts getting warm, you know, the water gets warm. But with evening, it's also like when the sun starts setting. I would probably try to fish until it gets just absolutely pitch dark in your case. There will come a moment where the perch feed, and you will see it. It will be obvious. Like other river fish will also feed. The chub will be feeding at the top, you know, they will be chomping. The perch will be feeding, and that's usually around the time. I'm not sure how close perch and chub feeding times are, but it's probably related. So yeah. But it also depends on how quickly your river flows. If it's a semi or quite slow flowing river, then the fish could be like anywhere, but most fish will always be in the depths. They tend to congregate where it's deep, the bigger ones. Like, think for yourself, how frequently do you see big perch or big pikes or whatever just, you know, in a shallow area? It's not really that common. They're usually hiding by the weeds or, you know, preparing to attack, and that's your chance. That's when you throw it in. They basically hunt roach and other stillwater fish, and roach tend to be in weedy areas where there is a lot of weeds because they hide from predators. So that's another indicator on where to find perch and pike when they're hunting, which is ironic because it's not a deep area, it's a shallow area. But that's when they feed. That's where they go out to feed. They will usually be like near these grasses, places like that. When they hunt like this, like when the water is boiling, I also had success with plopper baits. Yes. With poppers, you can also even catch catfish, which is very fucking strange. Okay, so this area, probably that side. And while fishing, like if you're standing here, you know, fishing a point, throw it like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, like for example, 5 times, and see if they like bite somewhere. If they bite somewhere, that's probably where they are, you know. It's usually good to throw at certain angles from one position, like do it like 5 angles. That will be fine. Because intuitively it kind of would seem like, you know, if the water is flowing like this, it's flowing straight, let's say. It stops here, like it flows here, then it bumps, then it flows here. But what I'm trying to say is that where does the sand end up? And how does it change every year? Because last year my river was absolutely different, and that kind of fucking blows my mind. Like this shallow area that you see here, which is probably shallow area, which seems like a shallow area, might not even be there next year or this year, or oh, it's 24, so it is here this year. Yeah, I would fish here if you're able to get close to the shore. It seems like the main flow goes over here and then it starts collecting sand here. So there's like this deep hole or whatever this is, because the river decided to get the sand over here, but the main flow is probably gonna be here. So this is where chub might be and other river fish, where there's a lot of oxygen, and for perch and pike and stuff, they're probably gonna be here. How long do you stay at a spot if you get no bites? Probably like, you can, like, if you're throwing it 5 times, throw it like twice, so make it 10. One retrieval, second retrieval, third, fourth, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? For example. And then just move like as far as you could throw this one, because you have already scanned this area from this side. So if you can throw it over here, then you can like move over here, max throw distance, and then do it like again. Then you can scan again, then you can scan again. But once again, if you're gonna scan the whole river, you're gonna lose a lot of jigs and probably not get that many good bites. But you know, if you're interested in finding out if this works, if this stuff works, and where the fish are, you can just scan the whole area. But if you're targeting perch and pike, I would just target these turns, like this turn, where the stream is weak. Obviously here should be a nice area. There should be fish here. Maybe even try here, but there's trees, so it's probably not that easy to access. This is some kind of dig thing. Oh, that's where people keep their boats. It's possible that you can't even access here. So here, 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 here. This is where it gets confusing. Like, it should be here, then continue here, then obviously it flows like this, so it's here. Then it continues probably for a long time here. Then for a short while here. Huh. Because where it's darker, it's supposed to be deeper. Like, it's correct here, but in this place it's not correct. Like, and in this place it's not entirely correct. It seems that the longer that the turn is, the more likely it is to be deep on that area. What's you know, it's just fishing. It's not called catching. It's impossible to catch fucking anything. But you know, like reading about the fish, about the rivers, and watching YouTube videos kind of helped me. Like trout fishing with flies. That's where I kind of learned to read the river the most. Okay, another area. Yes. Seems like the middle is deeper here, but this is the deeper part of the river, like this turn, obviously here. Maybe even here. Maybe it starts earlier. If it comes in like this is the deep, this is the deep. This is probably the deep. It continues like this. Then the depth is here. Then the depth is here. Oh, it's even like super obvious here. This is shallow, like very shallow. So the depth is here. Then the depth is there. One thing I love about the rivers is that they're so fair to people on both sides. You know? It's like on whichever side of the river you are, sooner or later you will find a place where the fish are. This seems like a very nice place, like over here. Oh yeah, this is a very good turn. It's like the alternative of even here and there. Wow, wow, that's amazing. Like these strong turns. This is probably the place where it's the deepest, like this. Then it should be over here. But for whatever reason, it's fucking not. I'm fucking gay, dude. Like over here, it follows the rule. Like over here, it makes sense. This is where the depth is. This is where it's shallow. It's even possible to see. This is where it's shallow. Good thing with like a huge river turns like that is that the flow becomes very weak. And where the flow is very weak, that's where the fish are. Lake fish. I learned a lot of things you showed me today. Looking forward to try it. Yes. Yes. It really depends on what you're gonna target. Well, this river might not be so wild as yours. In Switzerland, we tend to change nature in our will. Maybe we humans interfered in some way in the river. Nah, nature always finds a way. It's impossible. Oh, this is a fucking very interesting thing. Oh, dude. What the fuck? In Lithuania, we call this sandbagė. It's where old river used to flow. Remember when I told you like rivers tend to go straight? Like it sooner or later it makes its way after whatever many years it tends to be straight. So after some years it will end up going straight like this, end up going straight like this. So over here it seems like it was a canal dug out by humans or whatnot, but this is where the old river is, like this part. And this is like an old river lake. I'm so fucking confused. But what I'm trying to say, like, these are basically lakes. Like, this is a lake. It kind of connects here, which is weird, but you will find fish here, like lake fish. Technically. Seems like we dug a canal, yeah. And the loop is the old way of the river, yes. But they also occur naturally. But basically that's how you look for fish on a river. You decide what kind of flow you're looking for, you decide what kind of depth you're looking for, what kind of fish you're gonna target. It's usually easiest with perch and regular. What the fuck, this dude lives? What the fuck? Imagine going to the store every day. This guy. But yeah, if the river cannot like absorb, it's probably not even that. Like ages ago, the water level was higher, so this area kind of river managed to bring in a lot of sand, and then there was less and less water, and this became an island. Let's see if we can see any old river routes that got closed off. They happen like with these islands. Throughout the years, river flows and it collects a lot of sand here and it cuts off this area completely. And it becomes like a mini lake. Old river area thing. I'm disgusting. But sorry. I'm gonna puke. The river splits. Interesting. Haven't found any old river things. Huh. Huh. It seems like they're pretty rare. Let me go back to my gay little country that's about to be invaded. Do we have any all? Visually, it's kind of easier to see on this river. Like after some time, I'm sure that this will become an old like river. This will block off. And the main flow will continue this way. And over here there will be some strange underwater, difficult for humans to find connections that only fish know. So they will be able to go in and out. So they will live their lives here. I'm gay. Worth a try to go there. Thanks for all the explanations. This is nature protection area there. No fishing allowed, sadly. Oh, I see. It's good. I don't understand the point of having those in a river, you know? Because in Lithuania, when September comes, you need to buy a separate like card thingies for trout fishing. Or what are they called? Salmon. Salmon come to Lithuanian rivers, and this river specifically Neris, because it flows through Kaliningrad and like it splits. Well, this is Nemunas. Neris flows into Nemunas, but with Neris, since it has a lot of oxygen and it has stronger flow than Nemunas, salmon tend to come all the way to Neris to lay their eggs. And during September, you need to buy these cards if you want to catch them. And people from abroad come to this river even, and they try to catch salmon. You're only allowed to target them with those cards, but from this year you're not allowed to take any of them home. Even if you catch them, you have to release them. But from September, you're only allowed to fish with those cards, and they're quite expensive. And then when I think October rolls around, you're banned from fishing on this river altogether until January 1st. So from October 16th or whatever to January 1st, this river closes. You're not allowed to touch it at all, which is fucking crazy. Because mostly that's the only, source of water we have, so we can fish here. But we have some surrounding little lakes here and there. We have Salote. It's this tiny little lake. It's very shallow and it tends to have toxins and other shitty stuff, so it's not very good. The fish is not very good. This one is also kind of like that, I guess. This is kind of nice. I fished here, caught some roach, but there's so much populace around here and it's very difficult to access. You can only fish like over here, which kind of sucks, but it's very deep. This lake is so deep. It's like up to 20 meters deep. It's fucking mind-blowing. It's like crazy. And God knows what kind of fish there are here. It's very deep. Ridiculously deep. But it's very difficult to access. As you can see, it's like poop is everywhere. And that's kind of a good thing, I guess. I don't know. It kind of connects here. And what else do we have? We have... Basically, back in the day, there were some rich people, like talking about 1600s or something, living here, and they created these artificial lakes. I think water from Neris, from the river, somehow comes here, or from another source. I don't even remember. It's very weird. Oh, it follows some kind of stream. As you can see, these tiny lakes. Whatever. And I'm from this city. It has a big ass lake. You can probably see it from space. Kinda. It's an artificial lake. Back in the day, there used to be 3 lakes. The Soviets flooded local villages and they built an electric plant here. It's kind of operational still, but not really, because it burned this fucking weird shite, and that's how it produced electricity. That's the water intake, that's the water out. That's how they would cool the generators, with these big ass lake, that's why they made it artificial. They flooded 3 lakes and local villages. It's a huge fucking project. It's very impressive, like the size of it. What happened?
Phantoms for the advice, smiley face.
I don't know. Kratos, I don't know what happened. Why the fuck is there the warning? Damn it. Oh shit. Thank you. This shit works. Thank you. Ironically enough, like last time when I got donations, like 20 euros or whatnot, I actually bought this line that's fluorocarbon. Do you know that? Thank you, Kratos. Thank you very much. I don't know why I didn't see my... What the fuck? Isn't my chatbot supposed to say something? Follow notify, host notify, subscriber notify, cheer notify, Streamlabs donations notify. Where is my bot? My bot didn't say shit. Damn. Thank you. Thank you though. What kind of line are you using? Are you using mono or fluorocarbon? Because there's a huge difference. Oh, fluorocarbon, right. It's a little bit more expensive, but or as alternative to the steel line thingy at the bait if I wanna catch trout. I see. I think you don't really even need steel line if you're using fluoro. Fluorocarbon is in itself like a leader. At least that's what I heard. Like if people use fluorocarbon, they don't put any metal, like even if they're fishing for pikes, which is wild. I don't know. I use braided cords as mainline. Yeah, that makes sense on a spinning reel. That makes sense. The only problem with the braided line is that with time, it might like burn out, like cut out a little bit of steel of your rings or whatever that material is, you know? But I fished with it, it was quite fine, you know, it lasts forever. Like, I'm talking about these rings on a rod, right? This is the rod. So, this is the real, wow, look at that, it actually kind of looks like that. Fuck, I fucked it. So, when the braid goes, it might end up cutting like in here. So you just replace the rings then. With the monofilament I use for the floaters. Yeah, but I'm okay with this. I will buy a new rod every 3 years anyway. True. I mean, you're from Switzerland, so you're loaded, but you can, yeah, sure, you can buy. You know, in Eastern Europe, we just end up like replacing our these ring things. I'm so cheap, like all of the rods that I bought cost 8 euros on AliExpress. And interestingly enough, like they're good enough, like for river fishing, even for feeder fishing where the rods are supposed to be strong because, you know, like it goes, like the bait goes up to 120 grams of weight. Like these Chinese rods, they're not snapping in half. I don't know what the fuck, but they work. You know, in the presentations, they show how they like lift up 1 kilogram, 500 grams. Not sure how true that is, but ironically enough, I bought another model and I bought it twice. First time I broke it while using 9 grams jig head, and it's like supposedly a spinning rod, but they never tell you what it's rated for. So it's like I snapped it over here, and now last time I fished with this exact same model, and I tried to fish with that big white thing. I tried to like throw the bait to the other side of the river, and after like throwing it like I don't know 10 times on the 10th time it snapped in the same exact place. So later I ordered those that cost 8 euros. So now I have 4 rods. 3 of them for feeder fishing. Well, my idea was to have one backpack for feeder fishing and one backpack for active fishing. So active backpack would have spinning and float to fish on the river. And that's what I was planning to do the last time. Like I went to my fishing spot with 2 feeders, 2 feeder reels and 1 float reel. And then it was so fucking windy. So when it's windy, the wind blows away the float. So I was like, ah, fuck this, I'm gonna get another, you know. I basically converted the float rod into a feeder rod, and the line is a lot slimmer. So one time I threw it and I lost the fucking feeder and everything else with the hook and shit. Then I retied it and I finished fishing. But yeah, last fishing was not successful at all. I fucked it. The line is meant for float fishing. But it's whatever. Because, you know, with these 4 rods, this one's used for spinning. I'm kind of thinking about... They're all the same model, by the way. The magical Chinese fucking rod that fits in a backpack. Right now, I have all of them in a single backpack. When I go fishing on my bicycle, that's the idea, you know. I tested it out today. If everything fits, everything fits. And I'm a happy camper. Like I can use 3 feeder fishing on the river, like 3 feeder rods. And, you know, if nothing's biting and I'm feeling like bored, I can use this one for aggressive fishing. So you have telescope rods? Yes. All of them are telescope. I kind of want, you know, to have everything in a single backpack that can fit on my bicycle. And I calculated that those rods, like this is my backpack, they fit perfectly like this way. So this is the reel, this is the reel, this is the rod protectors, right? They fit. And then I put another ones on top of these. And everything fits. And at the back, I put my net. Then on the next, like, this is the backpack. This is the opening for the rods. This is the opening for like food, water, and in front I have stuff for my bicycle. And then I also bought another tiny like thing that goes on the front of my bicycle, a bag that attaches here. This is the wheel. So I put some extra fishing stuff and my tackle box and stuff like that over here. But whenever I feel like it, if I want to go fishing, you know, close, and I want to move while fishing, I'm also able to do that. I can just pop everything into another backpack, so I can put in my spinning and my float rod and have a bucket that comes out and goes in so that I could carry my fish with me. And yeah, so then I put in my tackle box and I can kind of choose what kind of fishing I'm gonna do. If I'm gonna both float fish and predatory fish, which is fucking retarded, it kind of makes more sense to just, you know, have one active backpack and have one backpack with everything. So my backpack with everything now is the one that I use when I bicycle. And maybe tomorrow, I don't know, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe at some point I will go just try active fishing with either a float or because that fishing spot that I was fishing it in, it's kind of like fucked now. The water level got way too low and I'm not catching any fish, I'm not getting any bites. So I will have to test out another spot that I'm thinking of that I fished a couple of times. It's... Don't tell anybody. Where the fuck am I? It's over here. It's over here. It's semi far away from the road. You can get here by bike and by car, but you know, it's kind of illegal to get there with cars. And there are a few potential spots. Like first one is here for lake type fish, because you see there's some warning, old man, I'm gay. So you can fish like feeder fish over here. And another alternative place is over here. I tried fishing over here like a month or two ago, but the problem was that the water was way too high. The water level was too high. And I haven't gone here before. I haven't like explored these areas. I didn't know where it's possible to get to, where it's not. Everywhere here it's not possible because people have blocked off the roads. But over here it's possible. That's the spot I told you about at the very end. And over here it's possible. It's quite a bit closer to where I live. So that seems like a potential place for fish now. Because it's not too shallow maybe. You know, you just gotta go here and try it. It's possible that the fish are over here. Like it's possible that I'd have to throw like as close to the other side of the river. It's another logical thing you don't usually really think about, but if there's no access here, and maybe there is, but I don't know what kind of, you know, shore this is. It kind of seems like inaccessible, like it's muddy as fuck. And if that's the case, it's possible that fish are congregating here. Because once again, the river flows like here, there's the depth, and there's another protection. But the problem is if I throw my feeder rods over here, I will collect all the weeds from this shore. And I'm not even sure if I'll be able to throw that far, even though the weight is very okay. So in such case, I will just fish this either the middle deep area or like the sides of the river. So it's kind of a test. You need to test out where the fish are. But you can kind of predict where the depth is and where the, you know, deep areas are. I have 2 and 2 telescopes for floaters and 2 which I have to stick together, one for spinning and one for trolling. Well, yeah, I would probably do that also if I had a car, you know, because storage is not a problem anymore. You know, storage is a problem with a bicycle. You really need to think about weight. You really need to think about rod size and all that. So that's why I have those rods specifically. I don't even put my backpack on my bag. I put it on my bicycle. Because it weighs shitloads when it's loaded. It's like 10 kilograms, maybe even more. And riding on a bicycle with the backpack on your back like somehow hurts my back. I don't know what it is. Yeah, makes sense. I only just started fishing in Switzerland last year. Before I only fished on my holiday in Sweden, Norway, where I fish from the boat. On the boat it doesn't really matter because you can store all your gear easily, yes. But I guess I have to adapt it for Switzerland like you, so that I have more mobile gear. Don't tell anybody. What do you think? That my loaded Swiss ass takes the next private jet to Vilnius to take your fishing spot? Probably. It's a good fishing spot. Nah, it's not that amazing. I actually even tried fishing here. It's so weird, like Vilnius. Like, there's a hospital here, right? There's this big ass forest here, and there's a village here. And actually, like, fishing spots here are very nice. When I tried chub fishing with a flout, I would start off here. So I would try to fish here, and there are shitloads of ticks here. So many ticks. I would always carry like 3 to 5 when I fished here. They suck dick. But the problem is that you can only access this area from here. And there's like this barrier here. So you can't really even throw the float over here. It sucks ass. Then over here you cannot fucking get close to. Then here you can kind of start getting close to, but even then it's very uncomfortable to fish here, to let your float go this way. There's trees and vegetation and it's very, very difficult to access. So I tried fishing here also. Overall, my results with fishing with float for chub, 0 chub so far. It's like mystical. I never catch any fucking chub on float. I have caught chub on feeder with weight. It wasn't even a feeder, it was only weight and a hook. It's probably the easiest way to catch fish on river, like bottom fishing, either with a shot, like a weight, or a feeder. So with chub, you just put on some bread, you like mash it between your fingers, you put that shit on a hook, and you got yourself a chub. But the thing is that they have very big fucking mouths, so you need bigger hooks. Because small hooks can just not do anything. And I when I started fishing with my rod, for chub, I watched like on YouTube how people did it, and it's like they kept fucking catching chub in like 1.5 meter to 2 meter depth, and the chub were fucking giant, like fucking. It's like I want to do that, I went to the river. There should be chub. Bullshit. There's no fucking chub anywhere. I fished all the perfect locations. And my dad was like, yeah, well, when he was young, he lived by a river in another city, but it was a slower flowing river, and he would fish chub with his father. So everything is the same. You fish behind rocks, behind areas where there's fallen trees and stuff, where there's semi-good flow. The only fish I managed to catch was over here, but it was so uncomfortable and it was like fucking tiny as fuck and it was offensive. And I don't know, I even went fishing during the winter times here, and it was so fucking cold and ass, because you can catch chub throughout the year. But the secret is that chub only hang out in certain areas of the river, and they always hang out there. If you catch a single chub in a specific spot on a float, a big one, you will find them there. Like, they just love certain spots. And it's like if you know that spot, you know that spot. Otherwise, you will not find them, and it's like, fuck that. Does the river have a strong current floating speed? Yes, it does. Maybe you could get a cheap canoe to access those places. Yeah, but you know, I only have a bike, so that's a problem. In my opinion, fishing videos are like porn. They are. The fish in the videos is always bigger than in reality. Yes. Yes, this Neris River is fast. It's fucking fast. Um, I love these guys. They're actually like fishing in the same places. Like they're doing it during the winter. But I know these places. He's using ultralight gear. But he's fishing during the winter, so he's using drop shot. And he caught a pike and some perch. And take a look at where he's fishing. Of course, during the winter, you know, the river will be a lot higher. There is a lot more snow and water flowing into the river. So, but he's basically what drop shot is. It's kind of like ice fishing during the winter. It's like when you're sitting in one spot and like jerking off the tiny rod up and down in a single spot. That's what the alternative for river fishing during the winter is, like drop shot, because the bait stays in one single spot and the fish are very slowly moving. They're barely feeding, so they cannot move quickly, so they bite those things. Yes, in this area it's not moving at all because it's the double gap, the double stop that I told you. Where am I? Where am I still? Where he's fishing is over. He's fishing over here somewhere. Flow over here is very slow. It's very slow because it's the double kill shot of basically double turn of the river. So the water is very slow and it's quite deep here. And that's why he's targeting this area. But overall flow, like the regular flow of the river is over there. And 60 grams doesn't hold the bottom. You need like 80 to 100. People would fish with 90 grams weighted. That's the weight you need, like in certain areas of the river. Sometimes you need more, like it's ridiculous. But this is what he's doing, you know? He's kind of throwing in the main flow. And this is the still place because this is the depth, the deep area of the river. He's using a no, it's only for feeder fishing. With spinning fishing, you don't need weight that's that big. No, you don't use that weight. You use 9 grams, like with jigs. Up to 12 grams, maybe. It really depends. Like with drop shot, it depends on the river flow, but you shouldn't go higher than 12 grams. Those grams are only for feeder fishing because you have to keep the bait in a single spot. Because when the river flow is very strong, even stones don't like stay on top one of another. So when you throw in a feeder, it has a cage, and that cage kind of moves quite easily because of the flow, and you know you're trying. Okay, because in the lake I used 3 to 5 grams. Yeah, that's correct. You know, if you use higher gram jig heads, like 9, usually 9 is the maximum most people go, because most rods are rated max 9 gram. So with 9 gram jig heads, you can throw a lot further. That means you can scan bigger area. If you can scan bigger area, you can find where the fish are in a new spot a lot easier. Some people would use this tactic where they put on a big jig head and they would fish until they get a bite. Once they get a bite, they understand where the fish is, and that's where they usually would fish with either lower grammature or the same grammature. But then they know that it's worth fishing at that spot, that fish is in that spot. So higher grammature means that you can scan wider area from a boat or from a shore. But if you're fishing like on the river, 9 grams is okay. It's all right. You can use, like, people use 10 gram, 7 gram drop shots. Jig heads also 9 gram. It really depends on if you can find a spot that has no flow or has flow. But once again, this guy is fishing during the winter time, and his
Dabar yra vasario 11
listen to this beautiful Lithuanian
Pirmą kartą.
language.
iš vis.
It's February 20th. They're fishing during the winter, February 20th. That's probably when the ban lifted on the river fishing that year, because it kind of differs from year to year.
Šį
So that's the tactic he's using, but keep in mind this is you don't use this during the summer. It's different. This is winter, so he's trying to move the bait as slowly as possible, because the fish are slow, the water is cold, their blood is cold, fish are slow. During the summer, fish are fast, water is warmer, they are active. So you can use jig heads, crankbaits, and stuff like that, because fish are active, you know, their blood is warmer. But I'm just showing, you know, the speed where the water turns and stuff like that that you can read, and the speed of the river overall, right? This is extremely slow. This part. This is where the fish are, like lake fish, lake type fish. And this is where the depth is. Because the water that comes down here, it hits a deep area and it basically continues flowing that way. And there's a lot of water here in the deep. It's like a swimming pool. And over there it's like probably shallower.
net nežinau ar stengti.
Okay, so drop shot rather in winter and jig head in summer. Yes, yes. But sometimes fish are not active in the summer. Like, they're very slow. That's when it's worth trying drop shot. Drop shot is kind of universal. With jigs, they're also kind of universal. But people usually fish rivers with drop shot when it's colder. But some people do it in the summer. It's all right. It's all right to try.
Ilgesnės pauzės. Dabar kaip tik vis tiek
Did he catch anything? Oh yeah, as you can see, he's using single hook, single drop shot, and the color is pink. Why is it pink? Because during winter fishing, fish love brighter colors. They love red, they love orange, they love pink, purple, bullshit colors you would never expect for whatever reason.
ir man tas turėjo Bet tai va,
But in summertime, they prefer natural colors.
tuo pačiu kibimu ir man, tu ir man. Tai,
Get the fucking perch.
tai mes kai atvarėm, jisai čia prieš valandą gal atvarė.
Na, tai čia, žinai, visą dieną gali sėdėti.
Šėrė. Vis būtent ant tokios spalvos.
Blah, blah, blah. What did he get here? Wait,
O, karšis, karšis, karšis.
oh, he got a bream on the side. The reason why this happens is because during the winter time, bream and other fish, they stay at the bottom. Yeah, and they're very inactive. So if you catch a fish during the winter, it's possible that you will find leeches on the fish because of how inactive they are. So he caught a bream on a fucking spinning.
O, neskubėk, neskubėk, neskubėk.
That's fucking crazy.
Turim.
And that does happen.
Eina savo palauk. Tai nukreipti.
Visi čia ir daužo, žinok, per šonus.
Geras, palauk.
But yeah, the problem with this like fishing spot and this fishing area overall is that a lot of people and a lot of cyclists tend to go down this road and whatnot. And my fishing spot is over behind this tree. And today the guy who was fishing, he was fishing on where they are standing. Toilet seat fish.
Palaikyk jį labiau kažkiek.
Yeah.
Bet tai kur užkyba? Bet pirmą kartą neryt toks prikolas.
Oh, there's another guy fishing there. This area is kind of beloved because it's like still water. So that's where still water fish are.
Manai gyvenime dar nebuvo.
Dabar.
Seniau visų.
Ai.
Aš matau.
Gal.
Nesąmonė prisakyti. Mokyklos
Tai
kumpis kodėl.
It's very interesting, you know, when you know the spot and when you see other people fishing it.
nu jo. Kur ten jie dings? Tas turi. Gražus. Vos neišsimaudžiau.
And you see, they have been fishing the same place for quite a while. This hole, this depth where the flow is quite still. And
Nu, va,
sometimes they
sveikinu.
get some. But it is difficult to catch a fish during the winter. They're so happy. What is laimikis? Laimiki, I don't know why they misspelled it, but laimikis is basically a catch.
Pasaka.
This is a nice perch, semi-nice. This place is always fucking slippery as fuck.
Čia reikia įsibėgėti. Opa.
And it goes up and down and up and down and up and down.
Atėjom, aš painioju savo meškerę.
So now they went to this bridge, which is quite a long distance. They were fishing over here. Yes, because they saw these buildings on the other side. Yeah, they saw this building. Yeah, they were probably over, well, somewhere over here. So basically, those guys ended up, I guess, scanning the river or whatnot, but they did go on the other side of the river because that makes sense, right? There are no deep areas like on this side of the river. So they probably crossed this bridge and they decided to fish this side because that's where the depth is, right? And they are by this bridge now, this bridge. So they moved quite a bit, didn't they? They went from here during the winter time. They probably crossed this bridge, or maybe they drove, I don't know. But it's not very comfortable to do that. And they came over to this bridge, and now they're fishing over here in this area.
Mantą sako, jau turiu.
Lydeka ir graži. Virš pilo tai tikrai.
And what do they get? They got a pike. Yay.
Geras.
I love this guy.
Telefoną.
He's bald, he's smoking.
Tai.
Awesome. Pretty nice pike, yeah. So another thing is that you can judge it visually. The flow is very weak here. That means there is good depth and lake fish are here. You eat the pikes too, right? Yes, but with pikes there are certain rules. From this year, the pike must be from 50 centimeters to 80 centimeters. In that range, we can take the pike home and eat it. But if the fish is above 80 and below 50, we must release it. We never had this window before. Like, we only had the rule that it has to be above 50. And this year, this is the first year they started it. It's like above 80 is not allowed. But with perch, you can catch, you know, whatever. The thing is, during one fishing, max 5 kilograms. You cannot get any more than that. Well, overall amount of fish you catch cannot exceed 5 kilograms. So yeah, I hope you learned something. It should explain, you know, things, the way river looks, the way the flow looks, and where to look for bitch fish. Lake, no, these are not bitch, they're predatory lake fish. Cool. Salmon. It's very interesting because in this river you can catch everything, but it's very, very difficult to catch a salmon. People sometimes go fishing like for a month every day and they only get one bite. Yeah. They come from the Baltic Sea to lay their eggs in this river, so that's why they're such big sized. And these are the fish that I told you about that also grow big and that you need to throw that white, big, heavy thing, whatever. So, but you really need to learn to understand how to catch like every specific, you know, fish. Like this guy caught eels, right? What are these? These are jobri. I don't know what the fuck they are in English. But yes, you know, when you watch the videos there, it's like, oh yes, there are infinite amounts of fish there, but when you go fishing, it's like, oh shit, there's nothing. But yeah, people do catch some nice. Oh, this is my city. But you really need good rods for that. These people go suicidal for these fish. Okay, Kratos. It makes sense. Thank you for the donation. When did you say you were gonna go fishing? Thanks again, take care, and hope to catch you again. Don't know yet, I see. Yeah, so maybe I will finish Halo. I don't know. But stuff is interesting. Fishing is very interesting. It's like a science. It's very complicated, but very cool. I just came home from my fishing holiday yesterday morning, so maybe not in the next 2 weeks. I see. I was kind of actually thinking about doing a live stream of myself fishing. Not sure how that would work. I know that the connection over here is very good. Interestingly enough, like over here in the common spot, so it would probably be possible to stream, but in the heart of the fucking capital, like over here, the connection is bad for whatever reason. I probably couldn't stream it. So it's like, what the fuck? I fished 2 weeks every day just now. That's awesome. Would be cool, but could you read the chat? Yeah, that's the question. How would that work, right? I would probably keep the camera on my forehead because I have that, you know, I bought that thing. I put my cap on my cap I put the camera holder, and that's how I record now. Not sure, maybe I would need to get another telephone. Maybe I would need to get another friend. Nah, I don't know. Maybe you can attach your phone to your rudder, something. Maybe. I would probably need a GoPro, but I cannot stream with the GoPro. GoPro is nice to record like stuff, I guess. I don't know. Shit's complicated. Not sure how the reception is here. For whatever reason here it's fucking 10 out of 10, the best reception ever in the universe. And over here it's like, you can barely call somebody. It's the fucking heart of Vilnius. What the fuck? That's why I love this park and this area overall. It's like so abandoned, like, what the fuck, you know? It's awesome. Alright, see ya, Kratos. Thank you again and have a great rest. Good night. I will stream some Galo. These bots, they don't work, dude. Who the fuck are these people? I never understand, like, whenever I stream, they always come in, but are they actual, like, people watching me? Are these bots? I'm scared. They never chat, they just look. Whatever. Shit's weird. And spooky. I'm out of ammo. Oh, it says objective. Fuck this. Uh-oh. The best part is that I run out of ammo. Oh, this is gonna be ass. Studio. Fuck. Master Chief, you're gay.
How do we get over there?
Can barely. End of the ramp. If we time it right, our momentum should carry us through the low gravity. Chief, once that warhead is primed, the window for getting out of here is going to be pretty slim.
Oh. Oh.
Come at last.
Activity! Significant slip space event building under the composer.
He's powering it up.
That's so cool.
The Didact shielded himself inside the composer. The nuke won't do us any good unless we can disable that barrier. Find me a terminal.
There you go, you little virus.
I've got to do something you're not going to like.
Say the N-word.
What did you just do?
I ejected my rampant personality spikes into the system. If I do that at each of those beams, the copy can overwhelm the composer's shielding. Get ready!
And so Cortana self-sacrificed for no reason. Then we went out to Lidl to buy some corn and we watched some porn. And then the dog killed me and ate my asshole. I can see perfectly. How? Do they spawn infinitely or? This is such a fucking bittersweet song. It sounds so beautiful. I'm gonna cry.
Before the Didact sends reinforcements.
Okay.
That's it. It's working.
You humans sought the Didact. You will have it.
His ship's in range. Once the barrier's down, you get the nuke in there fast.
Cortana, don't die. You bitch. Sorry. My neck. You humans are gay. That's it, I'm out. Where is its head? Oh, fuck. Oh no. Damn, I really need some weapons. Nope. Oh no. Hollow is dead. Uh-oh. Thank you for escaping. Oof. Oof. What the fuck? Oh. Success. Fuck this. Sound predictable how this shit works. Yes. Exactly. Oh boy, this is gonna take forever. Well, it is the end of the game. It's okay. That was kinda a shitty run. Oh, for fuck. I'm such a small, tiny little green boy. Why are you killing me? If they can do that, why don't they just do it all the time? This heroic music and me fucking up doesn't really work. Damn, son. Don't tell anybody. Why is he so heated? I can't understand you. Go back to your country. White power. Couldn't fight one of them somehow. I have Down syndrome. He's coming. How did their AI get so much better on the last level? Got your ass. Suicide fuel. Help me, the game's too hard. I cannot handle. Here lies Roka's bomb. He couldn't handle the difficulty of Halo. Ow. Zap. Massive. And that's some bullshit. Uh-oh. Yeah, there's always two. Why is it so essay? Oh no. It's so easy. Uns. No more uns. Here he comes. What a fuck up. Nods in agreement. He's like, Oh, you cock. I don't even understand how I died. Oh no. Master Halo is very tough. Oh. I shall manifest inside your ass. Remember those brave Americans who died on 9/11. Oh fuck. This is bordering impossibility. Fuck. Okay, it's that thing. Checkpoint, checkpoint, checkpoint. Cortana, it's not easy. She has bipolar.
And yet, still you fail.
Now you made me angry. And then Master Chief died at the end. He couldn't handle the pressure. No cover anywhere. At least we got a checkpoint. Sorry, not comfortable. I'm comfortable now. Oh no. The fuck? And so Master Chief took off the armor and then he smelled like fish. The end.
You persist too long after your own defeat.
Smell my feet. Trick or treat.
Come then, warrior. Have your resolution. So misguided.
Oh no.
Humanity's imprisonment is a kindness.
Koktana.
In that case, you won't mind if we return the favor.
Your compassion for mankind is misplaced.
I'm not doing this for mankind.
I'm doing it for gay kind. There was no boss fight? What the fuck? Press X to pay respects.
Cortana. Cortana, do you read? Cortana, come in. How?
Oh, I'm the strangest thing you've seen all day?
But if we're here,
It worked. You did it. Just like you always do.
so how do we get out of here?
I'm not coming with you this time.
What?
Most of me is down there. I only held enough back to get you off the ship.
No. That's not... We go together.
It's already done.
I am not leaving you here.
John. I've waited so long to do that.
It was my job to take care of you.
We were supposed to take care of each other. And we did.
That's fucking sad, dude. When do
Cortana,
we fuck?
please.
Sorry. Cortana, please.
Wait.
Welcome home, John.
Wow, wow, wow. Sorry. This is the legendary ending. We actually saved Cortana. No fucking boss battle? What the fuck? How do you have no boss battle? Da 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 dee do. Da 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 do.
Infinity Actual, Pelican 9-6er. We found him. Mind if I join you?
Of course not, sir.
At ease, Chief. Feels kinda odd for you to call me sir. Beautiful, isn't she? I don't get to see her often enough. I grew up in New Harmony. Attended Corbulo Military Academy. Never saw Earth in person until I was an adult, but I still think of her as home. You don't talk much, do you? Chief, I won't pretend to know how you feel. I mean, I've lost people I care about, but never anything like you're going through.
Our duty as soldiers is to protect humanity, whatever the cost.
You say
So
that
true.
like soldiers and humanity are two different things. I mean, soldiers aren't machines. We're just people. I'll let you have the deck to yourself.
She said that to me once. About being a machine.
Is there gonna be a tear on his helmet? Are we gonna find out that Master Chief was actually a woman? Nothing? Every great journey begins with a single step. This is our beginning. Thanks for trusting us with the universe you love and joining us on this epic adventure. 343 Industries.
In this hour of victory, we taste only defeat. I ask why. We are forerunners, guardians of all that exists. The roots of the galaxy have grown deep under our careful tending. Where there is life, the wisdom of our countless generations has saturated the soil. Our strength is a luminous sun towards which all intelligence blossoms, and the impervious shelter beneath which it has prospered. I stand before you, accused of the sin of ensuring Forerunner ascendancy, of attempting to save us from this fate where we are forced to recede. Humanity stands as the greatest threat in the galaxy. Refusing to eradicate them is a fool's gambit. We squander eons in the darkness, while they seize our triumphs for their own. The mantle of responsibility for all things belongs to Forerunners alone. Think of my acts as you will, but do not doubt the reality. The reclamation has already begun, and we are hopeless to stop it.
He's white. He's fucking white. Well, of course, his name is John. It's not Tyrone. Just kidding. I'm sorry. Master Chief is white. Argentina is white. So that's it. Thanks for watching. This was Roka's Bum with a very fast and cheeky, unexpectedly. The fuck? What is Twitch? That's gonna be the nickname now? SLIDAF2E7A. I stepped €5. What the fuck? Yeah, so thank you for watching, and that was Halo. How do we change? Whatever. That's fucking weird. Oh, damn. That was Halo 4 without the final boss fight. What the fuck?